Welcome to our journey into the world of Greek mythology, where ancient stories explain the mysteries of the cosmos, the gods, and humanity itself. In this first episode, we begin at the very beginning, from the formless chaos to the rise of powerful titans and the birth of the Olympian gods who shaped the world and the fate of mortals. Prepare to step into a timeless saga of conflict, creation, and divine power. In the beginning, there was only chaos. Not a place, not a being, but an endless, yawning void, a vast emptiness stretching beyond imagination. Chaos was the silent abyss before time, before space, before anything took form. It was not darkness nor light, but a formless gap, a yawning chasm where the very concept of existence had yet to awaken. From this boundless emptiness, the seeds of creation were sown, for chaos was the womb from which all things would one day emerge. Out of this profound nothingness came Gaia, the Earth Mother. Gaia was not merely the land beneath our feet, but the very embodiment of life's fertile essence. She was the nurturer, the provider, the ancient force that bore the mountains, valleys, rivers, and all living creatures. To the ancients, Gaia was the first tangible presence, the solid ground upon which everything else could be built. Her vast body stretched across the universe, and from her flesh rose the lush landscapes and mighty peaks, the endless seas and gentle plains. Shortly after Gaia, Uranus, the sky, appeared. Uranus was not just the heavens above, but a divine entity who cloaked Gaia like a celestial dome. He was her partner and counterpart, the endless blue vault that arched over the earth. Together, Gaia and Uranus joined in a cosmic embrace, their union becoming the source of the very first divine beings. Their children were not mere mortals, but titanic forces destined to shape the cosmos. From the depths of chaos, alongside Gaia and Uranus, came other primordial forces: Nyx, the goddess of night, who draped the world in darkness and mystery; Erebos, the shadowy embodiment of the underworld's gloom; and Tartaros, the abyss itself, a dreadful prison far beneath the earth, where the wicked would one day be cast. These beings represented the raw elemental powers of the universe: light and shadow, life and death, order and chaos. As Gaia and Uranus gave birth to the Titans, the cosmos began to pulse with burgeoning power. The Titans were colossal, ancient beings embodying natural and cosmic forces. They were the first generation of divine rulers, a pantheon of immense strength and might. Yet Uranus, fearful of his children's power, grew cruel and tyrannical. He imprisoned many of his offspring within Gaia herself, chaining them away in the dark recesses of the earth, causing Gaia unbearable pain. The pain and injustice roused Gaia to rebellion. She crafted a great sickle and implored her children to rise against their oppressive father. Among the Titans, Kronos was the youngest, but the most daring. He accepted his mother's plea, sneaking up on Uranus and striking him with the sickle, severing the sky from the earth in a violent and symbolic act of rebellion. With Uranus dethroned, Kronos claimed dominion over the cosmos, and the Titan Age began. But the cycle of fear and violence was not over. Kronos, wary of the prophecy that he too would be overthrown by one of his children, swallowed each newborn immediately after birth. One by one, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon vanished into his belly, trapped in a dark prison. Rhea, Kronos' sister and wife, grieved deeply. When her youngest son Zeus was born, she resolved to save him from the same fate. In secret, she spirited Zeus away to a cave on the island of Crete, where he was raised by nymphs and tended to by the magical goat Amalthea. To deceive Kronos, she wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and presented it to him, which he swallowed without suspicion. Zeus grew strong and wise, nurtured in secrecy and destined to challenge the tyrant who ruled the heavens. When the time came, with cunning and courage, he forced Kronos to disgorge his swallowed siblings using a magical potion. His freed brothers and sisters emerged fully grown and ready to fight. The war between the Olympians and the Titans, known as the Titanomachia, shook the foundations of the world. For 10 long years, the two factions battled for supremacy. The Titans, with their immense might and primal fury, fought fiercely to retain their rule. But the Olympians, led by Zeus and aided by the Cyclopes and the hundred-handed Hecatoncheires, turned the tide. The earth trembled, the seas roared, and the skies rumbled as gods and titans clashed in a battle of cosmic proportions. In the end, the Olympians triumphed. The defeated titans were cast down into Tartarus, the deep abyss beneath the earth, sealed away behind impenetrable gates guarded by the hundred-handed giants. With the titans defeated, Zeus and his siblings established a new order. The reign of the Olympian gods began, a divine family who would govern the world and weave their stories into the fabric of human life for millennia to come. As Zeus and his siblings settled into power, they began to shape the world in new and profound ways. The earth, once ruled by the Titans' primal forces, now felt the presence of a new generation of gods, more complex, more personal, and more involved in the fate of mortals. Zeus, as the king of the gods, took his place atop Mount Olympus, the highest mountain in Greece, which became the divine throne and meeting place for the Olympian pantheon. This mountain was not just a physical location, but a symbol of the gods' power, their separation from the mortal realm, and their watchful oversight of human affairs. Zeus was the god of the sky and thunder, the wielder of lightning bolts, and the enforcer of justice and order. His rule was marked by the establishment of law and balance, but also by his many relationships with both gods and mortals, which would spawn countless myths. His siblings, each with their own realms and powers, governed different aspects of the cosmos. Hera, his sister and wife, was the goddess of marriage and family, often depicted as proud and fiercely protective of her domain. Poseidon, lord of the seas and earthquakes, commanded the oceans and all creatures within. Hades, who ruled the underworld, governed the realm of the dead with somber authority. Demeter, goddess of agriculture and fertility, ensured the earth's bounty, while Hestia, goddess of the hearth, watched over the sacred fires that warmed both temples and homes. Together, these 6 Olympians formed the core of the new divine order. But the family grew with the arrival of many other gods and goddesses, each with distinct personalities, symbols, and stories. Their interactions with each other and with humanity created a rich tapestry of myths, explaining the mysteries of nature, human emotion, and fate. But before we explore those stories, it's important to understand that the struggle between order and chaos, between old and new, was a defining theme of Greek mythology. The overthrow of Uranus by Kronos, and then Kronos by Zeus, symbolizes the inevitable passage of power, the constant reshaping of the world. This cycle of succession would echo in many myths to come, reminding us that even the gods were subject to change and destiny. The conflict known as Titanomachia also shows a deep metaphor about transformation. The Titans represented raw, untamed natural forces, earthquakes, storms, and primordial instincts, while the Olympians symbolized a more civilized, structured universe with laws, cities, and social order. Their battle was not only a physical fight, but a cosmic shift from chaos to order, from the wild to the ruled. Though the Titans were defeated and imprisoned, their legacy endured. Some Titans, like Oceanus and Hyperion, were not involved in the war and continued to influence the natural world. Others, such as Prometheus and Atlas, played critical roles in later myths, often challenging the Olympians in their own ways. The story of Zeus's rise is full of fascinating details. For instance, the Cyclopes, one-eyed giants, who were once prisoners themselves, were freed by Zeus during the Titanomachia and gifted him the thunderbolt, his signature weapon. This thunderbolt became a symbol of divine authority and a tool of punishment for the gods. Zeus's cunning and might allowed him not only to defeat Kronos, but also to establish alliances with other divine and semi-divine beings. This network of relationships, fraught with loyalty, betrayal, love, and rivalry, would form the core of Greek mythological storytelling. Yet, even with the Olympians victorious, the universe was not entirely peaceful. The defeated Titans' imprisonment in Tartarus hinted at the continuing presence of chaos beneath the surface, always threatening to erupt. This tension between order and chaos permeates Greek myths, reminding mortals and gods alike that balance must be maintained, but is never guaranteed. As the gods settled into their roles, humanity began to emerge from the shadows of myth. The gods' interactions with humans, their favors and punishments, formed the basis of many stories, lessons about morality, bravery, hubris, and fate. These tales were told and retold around fires, in temples, and eventually in written epics, becoming the cultural foundation of the ancient Greek world. After the Great War, as the Olympian gods settled into their new reign, the cosmos was forever changed. The world that had once been dominated by raw and untamed forces of nature now came under the careful watch of deities who embodied order, justice, and complexity. Zeus, the new king of the gods, was not only a powerful warrior, but also a master of diplomacy and law. His rulership represented the establishment of divine order. He was the enforcer of oaths, the punisher of wrongdoing, and the guardian of hospitality, which was sacred to the Greeks. The thunderbolt he wielded was not just a weapon, but a symbol of his authority and the cosmic balance he upheld. Hera, his sister and wife, was the queen of the gods and the goddess of marriage and childbirth. Though often portrayed as jealous and vengeful, especially towards Zeus's many lovers and offspring, Hera was also a protector of families and the sanctity of marriage. Her complex personality in myths reveals the deep respect the ancient Greeks had for family bonds, alongside the acknowledgement of the conflicts they sometimes brought. Poseidon, brother to Zeus, ruled the seas and all waters. With his trident, he could stir storms or calm waves, cause earthquakes, or bring fertility to the land. His moods reflected the unpredictable nature of the ocean, sometimes generous, sometimes furious. Sailors and fishermen prayed to Poseidon for safe voyages, knowing that his favor was crucial for survival on the treacherous waters. Hades, god of the underworld, was the ruler of the dead, a somber and mysterious figure. Unlike the other gods, Hades rarely left his dark realm beneath the earth. Though feared as a grim and just ruler, he was not evil. The Greeks saw death as a natural part of life's cycle, and Hades' role was to maintain order in the afterlife, ensuring the souls of the dead were properly judged and guided. Demeter, goddess of agriculture, was deeply connected to the cycles of nature and human survival. She was worshipped as the bringer of grain and harvest, her moods closely tied to the fertility of the earth. One of the most famous myths about Demeter involves her daughter Persephone, whose yearly descent into and return from the underworld explained the changing seasons. Hestia, goddess of the hearth and home, represented the sacred fire that warmed families and communities. Though less prominent in myths, her presence was essential in Greek life, symbolizing stability, domesticity, and the eternal flame of civilization. These 6 Olympians formed the foundation of the divine world, but the family of gods grew to include many more. Each had their own domains, stories, and symbols. Together, they interacted with humans in ways that explained the mysteries of the natural world and human nature. The tales of these gods were not just fanciful stories. They were a way for the ancient Greeks to understand their environment and society. The gods embodied the forces of nature and the complexities of human emotion: love, jealousy, bravery, deceit, wisdom, and wrath. The myth of the Titanomachia was more than a battle story. It was a metaphor for the transition from chaos to order. The Titans were the wild, uncontrollable forces of the earth, while the Olympians represented reason, culture, and governance. This cosmic struggle reflected the Greek worldview, that life was a balance between these forces, and order must be maintained for civilization to flourish. Though imprisoned, the Titans were not forgotten. Some, like Prometheus, would challenge the Olympians and continue to influence myths and human fate. Prometheus, in particular, is famous for his gift to humanity, the fire of knowledge and craft, which he stole from the gods to empower mankind. This act of defiance brought him eternal punishment, but also symbolized the human spirit's quest for progress and enlightenment. Though imprisoned, the Titans were not forgotten. Some, like Prometheus, would challenge the Olympians and continue to influence myths and human fate. Prometheus, in particular, is famous for his gift to humanity, the fire of knowledge and craft, which he stole from the gods to empower mankind. This act of defiance brought him eternal punishment, but also symbolized the human spirit's quest for progress and enlightenment. The new age of the Olympian gods set the stage for countless stories of heroism, love, tragedy, and divine intervention. Their adventures intertwined with the mortal world, influencing everything from the rise of cities to the fate of kings and heroes. As the divine family grew and their stories spread, they shaped not only ancient Greek religion, but also the art, literature, and philosophy of Western civilization for centuries to come. Among the Olympians, many gods stood out for their vivid personalities and the tales woven around them. Take Athena, for example, the goddess of wisdom, warfare, and craft. Unlike the other gods, who were often driven by passion or impulse, Athena was known for her calm intelligence and strategic mind. Legend tells us she was born fully grown and armored from the forehead of Zeus himself, after he swallowed her pregnant mother, Metis. This dramatic birth symbolizes wisdom emerging directly from the king of the gods, a clear sign of Athena's importance in the divine order. Athena's role extended beyond battle strategy. She was also a protector of cities and craftspeople, especially weavers. The city of Athens was named in her honor, and her presence was central to the Greek ideal of balance between intellect and strength, reason and action. Many myths show her guiding heroes like Odysseus and Perseus, providing both wisdom and protection on their perilous journeys. In contrast, Ares, the god of war, embodied the chaotic and brutal side of battle. Unlike Athena's calculated warfare, Ares was the raw fury and violence of conflict. His myths often portray him as reckless and unpopular among gods and mortals alike, representing the destructive madness that war could bring. Yet, he was a necessary figure, reminding humanity of war's harsh realities and the thin line between courage and madness. Apollo, the radiant god of the sun, music, poetry, and prophecy, was another key Olympian whose influence was felt both in heaven and on earth. He was the embodiment of harmony and order, often depicted playing his golden lyre and inspiring artists and seers. The Oracle of Delphi, one of the most famous sites in ancient Greece, was sacred to Apollo, where priestesses delivered cryptic prophecies believed to come directly from the god. His twin sister Artemis, goddess of the hunt and wilderness, represented the wild, untamed nature that resisted civilization's spread. She was fiercely independent and protector of animals and young women. Artemis's myths often speak to the balance between nurture and independence, the tension between the natural world and human encroachment. Then there's Hermes, the swift messenger god, patron of travelers, merchants, and thieves. Known for his cunning and wit, Hermes could move freely between the mortal and divine worlds, guiding souls to the underworld and delivering messages with speed and precision. His stories are often playful, showing his cleverness and love of mischief, but also his role as a bridge between worlds. Dionysus, god of wine, ecstasy, and revelry, introduced the chaotic and ecstatic aspects of life. His myths reveal the thin veil between order and madness, civilization and wild abandon. Through wine and celebration, Dionysus reminded mortals of the joy and chaos inherent in existence. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, held sway over desire and attraction, inspiring both passion and conflict. Her power was undeniable, capable of stirring love and jealousy alike, affecting gods and mortals in equal measure. Lastly, Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, was the divine smith who forged the weapons and armor of gods and heroes. His stories often touch on themes of creativity and imperfection. Despite his physical disability, Hephaestus's skill was unmatched, proving that strength lies not only in form, but in spirit and skill. Each of these gods had symbols: Athena's owl, Apollo's lyre, Hermes' winged sandals, that helped ancient Greeks recognize their presence and influence. Through their myths, people understood the complex forces shaping their world: reason and passion, war and peace, life and death. These gods were not distant or purely perfect beings. Their stories showed them with very human qualities: jealousy, love, anger, and humor. This made them relatable and allowed myths to teach lessons about human nature and morality. They were mirrors, reflecting the struggles and triumphs of life itself. As we explore these stories, we begin to see how Greek mythology was more than a collection of tales. It was a rich, living tradition that explained the mysteries of existence and the world around us. As we reflect on the stories of these gods, born from the chaotic void of chaos, battling titans and shaping the very fabric of the world, it becomes clear that Greek mythology is far more than ancient tales. It is a mirror held up to the human experience, filled with timeless truths and lessons. The cosmos itself was born from chaos, reminding us that before order can arise, there is uncertainty and formlessness. The struggle between titans and Olympians reflects the eternal conflict within us all, the push and pull between wild instinct and reasoned control, between destruction and creation. Zeus and his siblings represent not just power, but the establishment of law, justice, and balance, ideals that civilizations have strived for across history. Their stories reveal how power can be both a force for order and a source of conflict, shaped by ambition, love, jealousy, and fate. Each god, with their unique personality and domain, illustrates facets of human nature and the world around us: wisdom and war, love and madness, craft and rebellion. They are not perfect. They err, they suffer, they evolve, just as we do. This humanity within divinity is what makes these myths so enduring and meaningful. The tale of Prometheus stealing fire for humanity, the birth of Athena from Zeus's mind, the binding of the Titans in Tartarus. Each myth invites us to ponder the complexities of knowledge, freedom, sacrifice, and transformation. Greek mythology, then, is not a static set of stories, but a living tradition that has shaped art, literature, philosophy, and culture for thousands of years. It challenges us to understand ourselves, our world, and our place in the cosmos. As this episode closes, remember that this is just the beginning. The gods of Olympus hold many more stories, stories of love and vengeance, heroism and tragedy, the sacred and the profane. In the next episodes, we will delve deeper into their lives, their symbols, and the rich tapestry of myths that have captivated imaginations through the ages. Thank you for joining me on this journey from chaos to Olympus. Until next time, may the ancient stories inspire your own quest for meaning, balance, and understanding in the ever-unfolding story of life. Long before heroes walked the earth, before the names of kings and cities were ever spoken, the heavens trembled with the rise of a new order. Tonight, drift into the golden age of gods, where thunder ruled the skies, oceans answered to a trident, and Olympus was not a myth, but home. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let the story of divine ascension guide you gently into sleep. In the dim echoes of time, after Gaia had given birth to Uranos and the ancient Titans, a new force was quietly preparing to shape the future. Though the Titans ruled the cosmos in strength and immensity, the seeds of change had already been sown. Their rule was not eternal. Nothing in the mythic world of the Greeks ever truly was. Uranos, the primordial sky god and father of the Titans, had once cast his monstrous children, Cyclopes and Hecatonchires, into the deep abyss of Tartaros. His fear of their power had turned to cruelty. Gaia, the eternal earth, mourned for her imprisoned sons and began to conspire against Uranos with one of her Titan children, Kronos. Kronos, ambitious and cold, carried out his mother's will. With a jagged sickle forged by Gaia herself, he rose up against his father and castrated him, thus ending Uranos's dominion and seizing the throne for himself. From the drops of Uranos's blood, new beings emerged: Erinyes, the Furies, the Giants, and from the sea foam, a new goddess would later arise, Aphrodite. Kronos, Now the ruler of all was consumed by the very same fear that had haunted his father. He had been told by a prophecy that one of his children would overthrow him. To escape fate, he devoured each child born to him by Rhea, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, one by one swallowed whole at birth. But Rhea, grieving for her children and desperate to save at least one, devised a secret plan. When her sixth child was born, Zeus, she wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and offered it to Kronos. Deceived, Kronos swallowed the stone, believing it was his newborn son. Meanwhile, Rhea fled to the island of Crete, where she hid her infant child in a cave on Mount Ida. There, nurtured in secrecy, Zeus was raised by nymphs and divine animals. One version tells of the goat Amalthea, whose milk nourished the young god. Another speaks of Curetes, armored dancers who clashed their spears and shields to drown out his cries. As Zeus grew, so too did his strength and understanding. He learned of his father's tyranny and of the siblings lost to his insatiable fear. When he reached manhood, he returned, no longer a hidden child, but a force destined to reshape the cosmos. With the counsel of Gaia and the aid of the goddess Metis, Zeus devised a clever scheme. He served Kronos a powerful potion that caused the Titan to vomit up his swallowed children, Zeus's siblings, fully grown and brimming with potential. The family was reunited, and together they prepared for war. But defeating Kronos would not be easy. The Titans, mighty and ancient, held dominion over the earth and sky. The war that followed would last for 10 long years. It came to be known as the Titanomachy, a battle not just for power, but for the very balance of the universe. Zeus and his siblings, Hades, Poseidon, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, stood united against the Titans. From Mount Olympus, their chosen seat, they declared rebellion. But victory would require more than courage. It would require allies. At the urging of Gaia, Zeus descended into Tartaros to free the Cyclopes and the Hecatonchires, whom Kronos had once imprisoned. In gratitude, the Cyclopes gifted Zeus with thunder and lightning, Poseidon with a mighty trident, and Hades with a helm of darkness that rendered its wearer invisible. These were no ordinary weapons. They were symbols of divine authority and tools of unimaginable power. With their forces assembled, the war reached a crescendo. Mountains were hurled, seas boiled. The earth trembled under the fury of gods and titans. The Hecatonchires, with their 100 arms, rained down boulders upon the Titans. Thunder crackled, and the skies split with divine fury. In the final battle, Zeus struck down Kronos with a mighty bolt of lightning, shattering the Titans' hold on the world. The defeated Titans were cast into the depths of Tartaros, chained and guarded for eternity by their former jailers, the Hecatonchires. The war was over. The world had changed. With the Titans vanquished, the gods of Olympus turned to the task of ordering the universe anew. The three brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, drew lots to divide the realms of existence. Zeus, who had led the war and wielded thunder, claimed the sky and the heavens. Poseidon, fierce and proud, took dominion over the seas. Hades, silent and brooding, accepted the underworld as his domain. The earth itself would remain common ground, watched over by all. Olympus, high atop the mountain, would serve as the gods' celestial home. Thus began the reign of the Olympians, a new order, a new balance. The age of the Titans had ended, and a new divine family now ruled the cosmos. But peace was not absolute, and power would always carry with it the seeds of struggle. Even within Olympus, the gods would wrestle with jealousy, ambition, and desire. The stories of their triumphs, failings, and passions would echo through the ages, shaping the hearts and minds of mortals. With the war behind them, the Olympian gods turned their gaze toward creation, not the kind born of fire and chaos, but of order, beauty, and meaning. Zeus now ruled from the heavens, his thunderbolts quiet, but ever near. Olympus became not just their home, but a symbol, a sanctuary of divine will, far above the troubles of mortal lands. The mountain itself stood tall, its peak veiled by clouds, unreachable by mortals, eternal and untouched by time. There, the gods built golden palaces, each a reflection of their unique powers and personalities. The halls shimmered with light that never dimmed. Sacred groves and fountains adorned the celestial landscape. The air hummed with music, and time seemed to slow, as if Olympus moved to the rhythm of something eternal. Zeus, now king of the gods, was not alone in this rule. Though his thunder made the sky tremble, his power was balanced, sometimes challenged by his brothers and sisters. His queen, Hera, stood beside him, proud and regal, the protector of marriage and family. Her love for Zeus was deep, but so too were her wounds, for the king of gods, despite his wisdom, was not faithful. Poseidon returned to the seas, his trident taming the waves. In his presence, the oceans danced or roared, depending on his mood. He built a kingdom beneath the surface, a palace of coral and pearl, and from his underwater throne, he ruled the vast, unknowable depths. Hades descended into the shadows, where light struggled to reach. There, in the underworld, he shaped a domain of solemn order. Neither cruel nor kind, Hades ensured the dead received their due, and that the balance between life and death was preserved. His kingdom was not a place of torment for all. It was simply the place beyond, where all souls journeyed when their time in the world was done. Demeter brought life back to the earth. She became the goddess of grain, harvest, and nourishment. Fields blossomed where she walked. Seasons began to take form under her gentle hand. Without her blessing, no seed would sprout, no fruit would ripen. Hestia, the quietest of the siblings, tended to the sacred hearth. She embodied the warmth of home, the fire that brought people together, the stillness within chaos. Though her name is not shouted in grand myths, her essence was in every household, every fire-lit meal, every temple's flame. Together, the Olympians forged the divine order. They assigned roles and dominions to their children and companions. They gathered around the great throne room in Olympus to govern both the heavens and the world below. But divine though they were, they did not separate themselves entirely from mortals. Their presence touched the world like a whisper, a flash of lightning, a sudden storm, a bountiful harvest, or a dream that felt too real to be only a dream. Mortals prayed, built temples, and offered sacrifices. In return, sometimes they were blessed, sometimes they were punished. Though the war was over, the cosmos still trembled with stories waiting to unfold. One such story belongs to the children of the Olympians, the second generation of gods, each born of divine power, each carrying a purpose, a symbol, and a mystery of their own. Ares, son of Zeus and Hera, embodied war, not the strategic war of generals, but the raw fury of the battlefield. Where he walked, the earth bled. Yet even he, the most brutal of gods, sought honor and admiration. Athena, born not from Hera's womb, but from Zeus's mind, emerged fully armored from her father's forehead, a goddess of wisdom, war, and strategy. Her birth was not just miraculous, it was symbolic. She represented intelligence, justice, and balance in war, a contrast to Ares' chaos. Apollo, radiant with beauty, became the god of the sun, music, and prophecy. He played his lyre in Olympus and guided the sun across the sky. His twin, Artemis, ruled the moon and the wilderness, the protector of maidens and the hunter who roamed free, untouched by city or marriage. Hephaestus, the divine smith, born lame and cast from Olympus, returned to become the creator of all things forged. From his hands came thrones, weapons, and automatons. Despite his pain, he created with love and genius. Aphrodite, born from sea foam, embodied love and desire. Her beauty stirred gods and mortals alike. She was a goddess of attraction, but also of conflict. For love is rarely simple. Hermes, swift-footed and clever, became the messenger of the gods, the patron of travelers, thieves, and merchants. He moved between the mortal world, Olympus, and the underworld, a guide and a trickster, speaking many tongues, weaving many truths. Dionysus, the last to join the Olympians, was born of joy and madness, the god of wine, ecstasy, and theater. He reminded mortals that control was an illusion, that surrender, when done in reverence, could be divine. Each god, each goddess, took their place in the celestial court. Together, they governed, feuded, loved, and raged. Their stories filled the air, the mountains, the dreams of mortals. But for now, in this early era of divine rule, Olympus stood radiant. Peace reigned for a time. But peace among gods is delicate. Old grudges still simmered. The Titans, though cast into Tartaros, were not gone. The earth still remembered their voices. Gaia herself, ancient and unyielding, did not forget the pain of her children's fall. Zeus, knowing that power invites challenge, began to fear what all rulers fear, that what is won can be lost. And so the gods built walls, not of stone, but of rituals, laws, and symbols. They crafted myths to justify their rule. They blessed the poets and the priests, knowing that to shape belief was to shape reality. Though Olympus now reigned above all, power, even among immortals, was never without complexity. Zeus, seated on his golden throne, ruled with a balance of wisdom and thunder. Yet he was not an absolute monarch. The other gods had their say. Olympus was not a dictatorship. It was a divine family, complete with all the joys, wounds, rivalries, and bonds of such a family. Zeus knew this balance must be maintained, and so, slowly, he created structure. The gods would gather in the great hall to debate matters of mortal and divine concern. Decisions were made, arguments kindled, and consensus, however fragile, was reached. This council of gods was not without its dramas. Hera, queen of Olympus and goddess of marriage, held great pride and deeper pain. Her union with Zeus was sacred, yet often tested by his wandering eye. Time and again, Zeus disguised himself to pursue mortal women, creating demigods and chaos alike. Hera, in return, brought justice or vengeance to those she felt had dishonored her. Their marriage, stormy as it was, stood as a reflection of the broader tensions between love, duty, and power. Then there was Poseidon, restless in his ocean kingdom. Though he held dominion over the seas, he yearned for more. At times, he sought the city of Athens, challenging even his niece Athena for patronage. Their conflict was decided not by war, but by a gift to mortals. Poseidon struck the earth and created a salt spring. Athena, in contrast, offered an olive tree. The mortals chose her gift, symbol of peace and prosperity, and the city took her name. Poseidon, though disappointed, did not forget. The sea remembers all things. Hades, in the underworld, kept to himself. Rarely did he visit Olympus, for his domain demanded quiet, structure, and solemnity. Yet even he found love, or something like it, in Persephone, the daughter of Demeter. Their tale would become one of the most enduring in myth, a cycle of loss and return, echoing the very seasons themselves. And as these gods moved across the heavens and the world below, mortals began to craft stories. Some whispered in temples, others sung around hearths. These stories were prayers, fears, dreams, and memories, all woven into myth. In distant hills, shepherds spoke of Pan, the half-goat god of the wild. In workshops, blacksmiths honored Hephaestus, hoping for steady hands. In the hearts of young lovers, Aphrodite stirred quietly, unseen, but unmistakable. Zeus watched all of this, understanding that control was not just about force, but narrative. If the gods were to endure, they needed not only strength, but reverence. And so, the Muses were born. 9 daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, the Muses became the keepers of song, poetry, history, and knowledge. Each held a domain: epic poetry, tragedy, astronomy, dance, and more. When mortals created art, told stories, or dreamed of beauty, it was the Muses who whispered in their ears. Through them, the stories of the gods became eternal. But among the immortals, even beauty could not shield them from fate. For while Olympus rose, a quiet prophecy stirred. Gaia, ancient Earth, gave one last warning. As Kronos had overthrown Uranos and Zeus had overthrown Kronos, so too would a child of Zeus threaten the balance. Zeus, remembering the pain of rebellion and war, grew cautious. He listened to the oracle of Gaia and heard her warning that a child born of Metis, the goddess of wisdom, would be mightier than its father. Fearful, Zeus acted not with love, but with strategy. He swallowed Metis whole, while she carried their unborn child, thinking to prevent the prophecy. But fate, like memory, does not vanish. It waits. One day, Zeus began to suffer. A pain, sharp and unrelenting, grew in his head. None could soothe him. In desperation, he called upon Hephaestus, who with careful strength struck his father's forehead with an axe, and from Zeus's skull emerged Athena, full-grown and armored, radiant with wisdom. It was not just a birth, it was a statement that from the mind, not the body, could spring power. Athena, goddess of wisdom, would become one of the most revered of the Olympians, not by might alone, but by intellect and justice. In her, mortals found hope for balance. She represented reason in a world ruled by passion. And though Zeus had feared her, he grew to admire her. And among all his children, she was the closest to his side. Thus, even in Olympus, prophecy moved quietly, unbroken. Elsewhere, seeds of future conflict were also planted. The gods, though high above, began to meddle more and more in mortal affairs. Sometimes they did so in disguise, walking among humans as shepherds, travelers, or beggars. Other times, they sent dreams or omens. Some mortals, like the seer Tiresias or the musician Orpheus, would claim to have spoken with them or even descended to the underworld and returned. But such blessings always came at a cost. Zeus began to see the shape of things to come: heroes, demigods, wars not just among mortals, but between divine will and human desire. Though the Titans had been vanquished, the world was far from quiet. Still, for a time, Olympus stood in golden light. The gods ruled, the seasons turned, and the stars traced their ancient patterns across the sky. The Olympians had brought order to chaos. They had risen from darkness, torn down tyranny, and forged a new reality. But every reign holds within it the beginning of its end. And every myth, no matter how radiant, casts a shadow. Even as Olympus glittered under eternal daylight, and the gods moved through their golden halls, the world below was always changing. Mortals began to build temples, first of stone, then of marble, dedicated to the gods who shaped their lives. They carved altars where smoke rose in soft spirals, carrying prayers skyward. In fields and cities, near rivers and atop hills, sacred spaces emerged, places where the veil between mortal and divine grew thin. Each god had their favored city. Athens belonged to Athena, where wisdom guided law and the arts flourished. The Parthenon, a crown upon the Acropolis, became her sacred seat, a monument not to power, but to reason and grace. Delphi, nestled between mountains, became the voice of Apollo. There, his oracles spoke in riddles, words veiled in mystery, as if truth could never be approached directly, but only felt. Kings, generals, and wanderers traveled great distances just to hear a sentence, a whisper of what the future might hold. Aphrodite's presence graced the island of Cyprus, where the sea always seemed to shimmer, as if touched by her hand. And in the wild groves of Arcadia, Artemis roamed, her bow slung quietly across her back, surrounded by the sounds of wolves and wind. But not all gods demanded temples. Hestia lived in the hearth of every home. She asked for no great statues, no processions. Her fire, small and steady, burned in the center of the house, a reminder of warmth, of peace, of the bonds that held families together. As divine influence spread, the boundaries between the worlds grew softer. Sometimes a god would fall in love with a mortal, and a child would be born, not entirely divine, not quite human. These demigods carried great strength, but often bore great sorrow. Their lives were marked by trials, for to be touched by Olympus was to live between two worlds, never fully at home in either. One such demigod would be Heracles, whose story would echo far beyond his time. But his tale, like many others, had not yet begun. For now, Olympus stood still. The gods watched, the stars turned, but in the deep places of the earth, in shadows untouched by sunlight, other forces stirred. Tartaros, the abyss, was not a prison easily forgotten. There, the Titans waited. Not all, but enough. Kronos, broken but not gone, dreamed of vengeance. He whispered to the dark, and sometimes the dark answered. Even Gaia, mother of all, grew uneasy. The defeat of the Titans had come at great cost. Balance had been torn, and though Olympus now ruled, the earth itself had not forgotten the cries of its fallen children. And prophecy, ever quiet, ever patient, spoke again. This time, the whisper came from a different voice, an ancient one, carried on the winds and into the ears of those who listened with their hearts, that the rule of the Olympians too would not last forever, that from among mortals a new power would one day rise, not from rebellion, but from change, that the age of gods would give way to the age of heroes. And in these whispers, the future began to take shape. Yet the gods, unaware or unwilling to hear, continued their eternal rituals. Each dawn, Apollo guided the sun across the sky. Each dusk, Artemis led the moon through the night. Demeter walked the fields, blessing the wheat. Hermes sped between realms, carrying messages, playing tricks, and guiding souls. Dionysus brought dreams, madness, and release to those who drank deeply of his wine. And Zeus watched it all. He held thunder in his grip, but used it sparingly now. His strength was no longer just in lightning, but in law, in ritual, in the deep understanding that belief itself was power. If mortals believed, the gods endured. And so festivals were held, songs were sung, statues rose, myths were passed from generation to generation, growing in the telling. And with each story, the Olympians became more than gods. They became archetypes, eternal mirrors of human hope, fear, love, and ambition. Yet still, in quiet places, questions remained. Was their reign just? Could even immortals grow arrogant? Did the gods love humanity, or merely use them as pieces in some divine game? The answers perhaps lay not with the gods, but with the mortals who told their stories. And as the age of Olympus settled into its golden rhythm, the seeds of change took root in the hearts of men and women. Heroes were born, oracles dreamed, the earth sighed. For myth is never still. It grows, transforms, and evolves. It carries echoes of both past and future. And even as one story ends, another begins. So now, as we leave Olympus behind for this night, let the light of the gods remain with you, not as thunder, nor war, nor flame, but as quiet presence, like a soft breeze, a warm hearth, or a whispered dream. Sleep now beneath the gaze of the stars, where ancient voices still hum. Beyond the thunder of battles and the birth of empires lies a quieter, deeper tale, the world of the gods themselves. Tonight, let us walk the sacred halls of Olympus, not as mortals trembling at their power, but as gentle observers of their symbols, stories, and timeless presence. Close your eyes and take a breath. Let your body sink slowly, gently, as if carried on a warm breeze, rising from a quiet sea. The night wraps around you like a blanket of dust-colored silk, and far above the stars begin to whisper stories. Stories older than language, older than memory, stories of the divine. Far above the earth, above the rolling clouds and soaring birds, rises a mountain, not shaped by time, but by myth, Mount Olympus. In this place, gods do not roar or rage. They wait in stillness, their presence ancient and calm, like the sky that watches over the sea. One by one, we will visit them, not to bow, but to understand. These are not beings of wrath and thunder tonight. They are the keepers of meaning, symbols carved into the silence. We begin not at the summit, but in a quiet glade beneath the stars. There, the first of the Olympians appears, Athena, goddess of wisdom, courage, and craft. She does not arrive with fanfare. Her presence is like a steady lantern, glowing in a darkened hall. Her armor glints not from war, but from readiness. Her owl perches on a branch nearby, blinking slowly, silently. She steps forward, and you see the aegis, the shield she carries, lined with the head of Medusa, once a warning, now a protection. Athena's gaze is level. She does not command, she simply understands. Where others rage, she reasons. Where others charge, she waits. In her, justice and knowledge sit side by side, like old companions sharing stories by the fire. In her hands, a loom shuttles threads of fate into wisdom. She is the breath before the choice, the silence before the idea. Beside her, another presence arrives, like the warmth of dawn on closed eyelids. Apollo steps into the glade. His hair is golden, not from light, but as if woven from music itself. The lyre he carries hums with the faint memory of melodies not yet sung. He is the god of light, yes, but also of music, prophecy, healing, and poetry. In him, we find clarity, not in answers, but in the beauty of asking the right questions. He sits by Athena and plucks a gentle string. The sound is not loud, not jarring, but pure. It dances in the air like a sunbeam across a lake. The laurel wreath on his brow is not a crown of victory, but of transformation, a reminder that even the gods change, even the eternal learn. Then a new energy enters, softer still, but vast, like moonlight gliding over snow. Artemis, twin sister to Apollo, steps through the trees. Her bow rests easily in her hand. She is the goddess of the hunt, of wilderness, of the moon, and of protection. A stag moves beside her, quiet as a dream. Her eyes reflect the stars, and in her silence there is great strength. She does not need the company of others, yet she joins them with grace. Her steps leave no print, but the forest remembers them. In her, you find the peace of independence, the strength of solitude, and the sanctity of choosing your own path. Where Apollo shines brightly, Artemis glows. Where he heals, she guards. Where he sings, she listens. And now, laughter, soft, strange, intoxicating, like wine warming in the blood. A vine curls around a stone, and from it steps Dionysus, god of wine, ecstasy, madness, and liberation. His walk is fluid, his smile knowing. He wears ivy like a robe, and his cup brims not with intoxication, but with feeling, deep, raw, human emotion. Dionysus is not chaos, he is release. He is the breaking of chains we did not know we wore. He is tears and joy, terror and wonder. He reminds us that to feel deeply is to live fully, that the world is not meant to be endured, but tasted, explored, danced with. Even now, his presence feels like the dream you don't want to end, strange and wonderful and filled with colors no language can name. And then a flutter, not of wings, but of thought. A breeze moves across the glade, and with it arrives Hermes, the messenger, god of boundaries, trade, thieves, and transitions. He wears winged sandals, yes, but also a gentle smile and quick eyes. His caduceus, a staff entwined with serpents, pulses with balance and communication. Hermes speaks, but not aloud. His words arrive like ideas you always knew, but never said. He walks between places, between Olympus and earth, dream and waking, life and what follows. He does not stay long, but he is always near. He is the flicker in the corner of your eye, the answer on the tip of your tongue, the safe path through the unknown. Together, these five gods form not a chorus, but a harmony. Wisdom, light, wildness, emotion, and motion. Each brings a different note to the melody of Olympus. Each teaches not by demand, but by example. In their symbols, the owl, the lyre, the bow, the cup, the staff lie truths as old as sleep itself. As you drift further, you may feel their presences linger. Athena at your side when decisions come. Apollo warming your heart with music. Artemis walking beside you in solitude. Dionysus urging you to feel, truly feel. Hermes guiding you when roads divide. Sleep settles deeper around you now, like a soft tide, drawing you farther from the waking world. The glade on Mount Olympus is still, and the presence of the gods hums like the gentle breath of the night wind. You feel a rhythm in the quiet, the slow pulse of timeless stories, waiting to be heard. From beyond the circle of light, footsteps approach, firm, steady, deliberate. The warmth in the air sharpens slightly, and you feel a new presence, Ares, god of war. But tonight, he does not arrive with clashing swords or the roar of battle. He walks without anger, only purpose. His armor reflects the stars above. His spear is grounded, not raised. Ares is often misunderstood, seen as rage, chaos, destruction. But here, under the softness of myth, he is something more, the force that moves us to protect what matters, the spark of defense, the fire of action. In his silence, there is intensity, but not cruelty. In his stillness, you feel motion waiting, not war, but will, the power to stand when fear says fall. And behind him, quieter than a breath, another figure moves through the shadows. Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, desire, and the sea's eternal rhythm. Her eyes are soft, her presence effortless. She does not dazzle, she draws. Like the curve of a wave or the opening of a flower, her influence is natural, irresistible, tender. Around her feet, white foam curls, a whisper of her birth from the sea. Doves stir in the trees above her. Roses open without thorns. But Aphrodite is not only romance, she is the force that binds, the attraction that connects, the yearning that stirs in quiet hearts. She is creation through love, and in her presence there is softness without weakness, a light that doesn't blind but warms. She moves beside Ares without tension. Their union is ancient, symbolic. The dance between love and war, between attraction and conflict. Opposites, yes, but not enemies. In the myths, even contradiction can coexist. From the earth itself rises the slow, steady sound of forging. You hear the soft clang of hammer to metal, not in fury, but in patience. A forge glows at the edge of the glade, and through the shimmer of heat steps Hephaestus, god of fire, metalworking, and craft. His walk is not graceful, but strong. He is not polished like Apollo or radiant like Aphrodite, yet his presence is grounding, vital. In his hands, metal becomes meaning, a shield, a chain, a jewel, a prison, a crown. He creates for gods and mortals alike, objects that shape destinies. Cast aside at birth, he rose not in vengeance, but in mastery. His limp is not weakness, but a mark of endurance. Hephaestus teaches that beauty can be built, that strength can come from scars, that creation is a sacred act. He greets the others with quiet respect, setting down his hammer. Even gods must pause, even fire must cool. His forge flickers and the night deepens. Beside the forge, a gentle wind stirs the wheat that has begun to grow in a perfect, impossible circle. The ground is soft, golden. And into this circle walks Demeter, goddess of the harvest, of the earth's nourishment, of cycles that sustain life. Her dress is woven of fields and seasons. Her hands carry seeds and grain. In her smile, there is understanding. In her touch, warmth. Demeter is not just agriculture. She is the rhythm of return, of growth, loss, and rebirth. She gives freely and mourns deeply. Her story always is tied to her daughter. Persephone, taken to the underworld, returned again with spring. In this, Demeter is not just a goddess. She is every mother who waits, every life that endures through darkness for the sake of light. She does not speak, but the land whispers through her. Crops bend toward her. The cycle begins again. Even in rest, something always grows. As Demeter kneels, spreading wheat into the soil, a new figure emerges from a shadow darker than night. The temperature dips, the stars hold their breath, and there, in silence, stands Hades, god of the underworld, lord of the hidden realm. His robe is dark, but not cruel. His eyes hold depth, not malice. He is stillness, gravity, the weight of what lies beneath. Hades is not death. He is the boundary of life, the final doorway, the keeper of souls. In his realm, all is fair, measured. He does not chase power. It is already his. He walks beside the living, unseen. He loves, mourns, waits. The helmet at his side, the helm of darkness, renders him invisible. But here, in this glade, he chooses to be seen. His voice, if heard, would be calm. He is not to be feared. He is to be respected. He reminds you that even gods must face endings, that there is peace in acceptance. And so now, nearly all have gathered. The glade is full, not with noise, but with presence, a mosaic of power, symbol, and silence. Each god, a reflection of some part of us, our wisdom, our rage, our love, our loss, our curiosity, our hunger, our endings, our beginnings. High above, the stars shimmer more brightly now. The summit of Olympus seems closer, but still there are two more to come. Two quiet presences, not yet seen. The glade on Olympus is still and sacred. Around you, the presence of the gods lingers like a warm fog, familiar and eternal. The wind is slow now, brushing against the branches above in hushed reverence. The fire flickers low, and your breath falls into rhythm with the silence. There is peace here, and yet something light, fast and playful stirs at the edge of the stillness. A breeze kicks up, but it is no ordinary wind. It dances and twists, laughing as it spins through the leaves. And then, like a figure stepping between shadows and sunlight, Hermes arrives, the god of messengers, travelers, and transitions, of wit and speed and silent motion. He does not enter, he appears. A blur one moment, a boyish grin the next. On his feet, winged sandals gleam faintly. A staff with two coiling serpents rests in his hand, the caduceus. Around his shoulders, a cloak light as thought. He moves with the ease of someone born between moments. Hermes is not loud, yet he cannot be ignored. He speaks, not in commands, but in questions. Where are you going? What are you becoming? What path lies ahead? He is the guide of souls, the trickster, the one who crosses boundaries no other dares. He travels between worlds, Olympus, Earth, and the underworld, with no fear, only purpose. He kneels beside the others, his eyes always watching the edge of the dark, as if ready, at any moment, to move again. And from that darkness, lit by silver light, steps a figure cloaked in the color of moonlight on still water. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, protector of wild creatures, twin sister to Apollo. She walks barefoot, silent, but every step carries strength. The bow across her back is elegant, but never idle. At her heels, a young deer follows, trusting and calm. Artemis is not distant. She is a part. She does not command nature. She belongs to it. Her power is quiet, but fierce. Her eyes hold the reflection of forests, the calm of night, and the gaze of someone who has never been owned. She is protector of maidens, of the vulnerable, guardian of birth and life's first cry, yet also the hunter, precise and unshaken. In her there is duality, creation and culling, tenderness and resolve. She reminds you that solitude is not loneliness, that independence is not isolation. Above her, the moon glows, her domain, her signal, her shield. And as moonlight touches the glade, its twin emerges. Apollo, god of the sun, music, prophecy, healing, and plague. Brother to Artemis, equal in presence, opposite in light. Where Artemis is moon shadow and breath, Apollo is brilliance and rhythm. His voice, if he chose to sing, would hush the stars. But tonight, he is quiet. A lyre rests against his side, untouched, but singing softly in the air around him. His hair is gold, but not blinding. His presence, radiant, but not harsh. Apollo is many things. He is order, harmony, poetry. He is the truth behind the veil, the voice of the oracle, the healer and the bringer of disease. Like the sun, he gives life and burns. His contradictions are divine. He is balance through tension. He walks to the circle and sits beside Artemis. Twins, yet separate. Two ends of the same string. Day and night, sun and moon. Their energy fills the glade in opposite harmony. Now, the circle feels nearly complete. A family of forces, distinct, yet connected. You watch them and feel not worship, but wonder. Not fear, but familiarity. And then, from the heart of the forest, laughter. Light, musical, and unafraid. It bounces like wine in a golden cup, wild and warm. The trees seem to sway with it. Vines curl toward the sound. Flowers open without prompting. And into the glade steps Dionysus, the last to join, yet never too late. God of wine, revelry, theater, and transformation. His robe is loose, his crown of ivy. His eyes sparkle with mischief, but his step is certain. He dances to music only he hears, a melody woven into the roots of the world. Dionysus is chaos dressed in celebration, but not ruin, rebirth, not madness, ecstasy. He brings release, the breaking of chains, the freedom to feel deeply. He is the God who cries when you cry, who laughs louder than you thought possible, who reminds you that joy can be divine. He is not the outsider. He is the unexpected guest, the unplanned miracle. And tonight, he is welcomed. He bows, then spins, and takes his place. The glade grows brighter, yet still peaceful. 12 gods, 12 faces of human longing, power, pain, and wonder. They do not rule as tyrants. They exist as reflections, archetypes of what we are, what we fear, what we love. In the hush that follows, the night on Olympus grows deeper, more complete. The wind fades to nothing. The stars above are steady watchers, their distant light like old lullabies. Around the circle of gods, time slows until it nearly vanishes, and within this suspended quiet, a soft warmth spreads, not from fire, but from memory, myth, and meaning. The gods of Olympus are gathered, not for war, not for celebration, but for presence, simply to exist, to remember, to embody. They do not speak in voices, but in symbols, not in orders, but in essence. And it is these symbols that linger. Let them drift through you now, like clouds across a calm sea. Zeus, with thunder in one hand and justice in the other. The eagle that flies high, the oak that roots deep. His presence is authority tempered by wisdom, or sometimes challenged by it. He reminds us of the weight of leadership, the loneliness of power, and the storms we all must learn to ride. Hera, regal and proud, with the peacock's tail unfolding behind her. She teaches us about loyalty and pride, about the strength in enduring and the trials of being queen in a world built by others. Her stories are not gentle, but they are true. There is beauty in her fire and dignity in her silence. Poseidon, trident in hand, with the sea always whispering behind his eyes. He is the tide that pulls emotion to the shore. Anger, yes, but also wonder, awe, imagination, the vast unknown. He shows us the storms within us and the calm that follows them. Hades, cloaked in stillness, ruling the shadows not with cruelty, but with fairness. He is the unchanging truth, the guardian of endings, and in those endings, a new kind of peace. A reminder that loss is not the end. It is transformation. Demeter, with stalks of wheat in her hands and sorrow beneath her smile. She is the seasons, the cycles, the aching love of a mother. Through her we learn that the earth gives, the earth takes, and always, the earth returns. Hestia, flame unspoken, the goddess of hearth, home, and quiet. She needs no throne, only a place to keep warm. She is the breath between words, the pause before comfort. In her we find safety, not spectacle. Athena, sharp-eyed and still, with her owl always near. She is the mind, not just cleverness, but strategy, patience, clarity. Born of a thought, she reminds us that wisdom is both shield and sword. That insight, calmly wielded, changes everything. Ares, fierce and restless, gleaming with the thrill of conflict. Not for cruelty, for intensity. He is not just war. He is adrenaline, courage, competition. He is what surges when we face our fears, what drives us when we choose to fight for something dear. Hephaestus, hands blackened by soot, heart warm with creation. The hammer, the anvil, the forge, these are his temples. He makes beauty from force, peace from metal. In his story, there is pain, rejection, exile, and yet there is purpose. He builds what even gods cannot imagine. Aphrodite, radiant and unashamed, with roses blooming where she steps. She is not just desire, she is connection, attraction, affection, the electric pull between souls. She reminds us that beauty is not surface, it is energy, and energy moves us toward love. Hermes, wind-touched and knowing. Between him and silence, only a thought. He is every messenger, every coincidence, every spark of cleverness you've ever had. He slips through your dreams, leaving riddles and comfort in equal measure. Artemis, still as shadow, fierce as flame. She runs with wolves, but protects the fragile. She is the safety of the forest, the freedom of solitude. She reminds us that in being alone, we are not lost, we are whole. Apollo, sunlit and clear. His presence feels like a melody you've always known. In him is every sunrise, every healed wound, every vision that arrived when you closed your eyes. He is light, not to blind, but to reveal. Dionysus, swaying gently now, vines growing slowly at his feet. He is not chaos, he is the breaking of masks, the moment you laugh after weeping, the freedom to feel, all of it. In him, we learn to be honest, to release, to return to joy. The gods remain seated, not frozen, but at rest. They are not done. They are never done. but they do not need to act now. Their stories are told through ours, again and again. You, the listener, are not just hearing a myth. You are part of one. In your laughter, Dionysus lives. In your decisions, Athena whispers. In your grief, Demeter grieves with you. And when you feel alone, remember, Hermes walks between all worlds. He finds you. Olympus is not a mountain. It is a memory, a mirror, a rhythm that lives in each breath. Now, as the stars hold steady above and your eyes grow heavier still, know this: the gods are not far. They are in every symbol, every silence, every heartbeat. They do not demand worship. They offer presence. Let them guard your sleep. Let them walk beside your dreams. Let them remind you that even in stillness, you are surrounded by story and meaning and light. The fire fades, the glade empties, but the myth continues. In you, sleep dreamer, Olympus watches kindly. In a time after the gods had carved out Olympus and the titans had faded into shadow, a new question stirred in the halls of divinity. A question not of thunder or fate, but of shape and soul. Who would walk the earth now? Not spirits, not beasts, something different, something that could dream. Long before humanity learned the art of fire or the weight of love, the world was already spinning. Mountains had risen and oceans whispered their secrets. The gods had chosen their thrones and etched their powers into the bones of the cosmos. But below Olympus, the world remained silent. Beautiful, yes, forests bloomed and rivers ran wild, but something was missing. Prometheus saw this silence and felt it gnaw at him. Unlike his brother Epimetheus, who moved through creation with cheerful impulse, Prometheus moved with thought, slow, deliberate, dangerous thought. He was a titan, born of the old order, yet not loyal to its cold pride. Where the old gods saw mortals as fleeting sparks, Prometheus imagined something brighter, a flame that might persist. When Zeus granted the task of populating the world with creatures, it was Epimetheus who stepped forward first. With playful energy, he handed out traits to every animal: feathers to birds, strength to lions, cunning to foxes, shells to turtles. He was generous, too generous. By the time he reached mankind, there was nothing left. No fangs, no fur, no wings, no claws. Man stood bare under the sky, fragile and forgotten. Prometheus watched and frowned. He saw the vulnerability in this upright creature, the way it shook beneath the cold stars, the way its eyes looked up, not just with fear, but with wonder. And something stirred in him. Not pity, not yet. Something more dangerous. Admiration. He descended to earth in secret. With his hands, he shaped the first humans from clay. Soft at first, drying under the sun, given structure by intention. He didn't need Zeus's approval. He needed only the silence of Olympus to look the other way. Into this clay, he breathed not just life, but potential. The capacity to think, to create, to question. A spark of the divine. It was not allowed. It was done. But even with this shaping, mankind remained vulnerable. They could think yes, but they shivered in the night and starved in the cold. And so Prometheus broke Olympus's law again. He stole fire. From the chariot of Helios or the forge of Hephaestus, tales vary, but the theft is never in doubt. He hid it in a hollow fennel stalk, a humble vessel for a holy crime, and brought it to earth. When he placed the flame into human hands, their world changed. They cooked food, they forged tools, They gathered, built, sang. With fire, they mastered night. With fire, they became dangerous. Zeus saw the flicker from Olympus and knew. His wrath was immediate, but not loud, not yet. There would be no thunderbolt, not this time. Zeus wanted Prometheus to feel the weight of his rebellion, to understand that cleverness had its cost. But first came a warning, not to Prometheus, but to humanity. Hephaestus, reluctant but obedient, shaped a woman from clay, more beautiful than anything Prometheus had made. The gods gifted her with traits both radiant and treacherous. Aphrodite gave beauty, Hermes gave cunning, Athena gave craft. Her name was Pandora. She was offered to mankind as a gift. But gifts from Olympus rarely come without purpose. She carried a jar, not a box, as later tales would have it, sealed tight and forbidden to open. Curiosity, one of Hermes' last-minute additions to her soul, would not be denied. She opened it, and from it spilled every sorrow the world had never known: pain, disease, famine, betrayal. They rushed into the air, invisible and unstoppable. Only one thing remained at the bottom: Elpis. Hope. It clung to the edge of the jar, trembling. Some say she shut the lid just in time, trapping it inside. Others say it escaped too, slower than the others, but strong. Either way, hope remained, damaged maybe, but alive. Meanwhile, Prometheus was taken. Zeus did not kill him. No, he chained him to a rock in the wild Caucasus Mountains, where the sky was cruel and the air thin. Every day, an eagle, sacred to Zeus, descended upon him and tore at his immortal liver. Every night, it grew back. Immortality is a strange gift. He screamed. He endured. He did not regret. Humanity, born from clay and fire and disobedience, flourished below. They remembered Prometheus not as a fool, but as a father. The fire in their hearths was his whisper, his defiance burning quietly through generations. On Olympus, Zeus watched, not pleased, not defeated, just waiting. And so the balance was struck. Mankind rose, gods grew wary, and the Titan who had shaped both clay and fate remained in chains. Watching the world he had made stumble, rise, and stumble again. The mountain winds howled where Prometheus lay in torment, but the world below no longer echoed with emptiness. Humanity, once helpless and cold, had learned to stand tall. Villages rose from the earth, fires glowed like stars on the land, and language bloomed, first as gestures, then as words. And still, the memory of Prometheus persisted, like an ember that refused to die. Though the gods had punished him, they did not turn their backs entirely. Some watched with curiosity, others with caution. Athena, goddess of wisdom, observed humanity's rise with a quiet pride, perhaps seeing echoes of herself in their pursuit of knowledge. Hermes found amusement in their cleverness, in the way they lied to each other, negotiated, tricked, and traded. Even Artemis, who preferred the company of wild things, could not help but notice the flickering brilliance in mortal hearts. But Zeus brooded. He saw a future that twisted out of his control. Mortals, once insignificant, had become players in fate. With fire in hand and thoughts in mind, they no longer relied entirely on the gods. They feared, yes, they prayed, but they also dreamed, planned, invented. They asked questions. Why do we suffer? Where do we come from? Who holds the thunder? And worst of all, could they be more than they were? Zeus feared rebellion, not in Olympus, but on earth. And so he sent warnings. Storms struck without cause. Crops failed. Rivers overflowed their banks. Oracles spoke in riddles, heavy with dread. "Do not rise too high," they said. "Do not climb the mountain of knowledge. Do not forget who rules the sky." But humanity had already changed. They learned medicine. They built tools. They sculpted images of gods and heroes, imagining themselves reflected in the divine. They learned to write, to pass knowledge through generations, turning moments into stories, stories into legacy. And still, above all, they remembered Prometheus. The Titan's agony did not go unnoticed by the immortals. Many a god passed by the Caucasus cliffs and turned their face. The punishment was harsh, perhaps too harsh, but none dared challenge Zeus. None except Heracles. It was many generations later. Mankind had birthed legends of their own by then. Heroes stronger than men, touched by the divine, caught between Olympus and earth. Heracles, son of Zeus, and the mortal Alcmene, was one such soul. He was known for strength, for wildness, for fury and redemption. And in the course of his 12 labors, he came upon the chained Titan. Prometheus, weary beyond words, looked upon Heracles not as a god, not as a man, but as both, a bridge. Heracles saw the eagle first. It swooped down as it always had, talons glinting, screech echoing across the crags. But Heracles was no passive witness. With bow drawn, he fired a single arrow. The eagle fell, lifeless, for the first time in centuries. The chains, forged by Hephaestus himself, resisted. But Heracles strained against them, his muscles singing with the burden of legacy. With a great cry, he broke them. Prometheus collapsed to the ground. The sky did not crack. No lightning came. Zeus, distant and silent, did not interfere. It was not forgiveness. It was recognition. Zeus had grown wiser. Time and rule had taught him that power did not only come from fear. Sometimes it came from balance, from allowing others to rise so long as Olympus remained above. Prometheus was free. He did not return to Olympus. He wandered, a titan without a throne, a god without worshippers. Yet everywhere he walked, fire greeted him. In every hearth, every forge, every story told around flames, his gift flickered. Back among mortals, tales of Pandora's jar spread, shifting and evolving. Some blamed her for all the world's pain. Others pitied her, seeing her not as a villain, but as a vessel, manipulated by gods, driven by curiosity, born from the very spark Prometheus gave to man. And so humanity walked forward, with pain, yes, hunger, war, sorrow, but also with hope. That tiny presence left at the bottom of the jar, Olympus. Its shape remained unclear. Some said it was a spirit, others called it a whisper, but all agreed it was powerful. It did not remove suffering. It only gave meaning to endure it. With Prometheus free and mankind rising, the balance between Olympus and Earth shifted again, not toward war, not yet, but towards something deeper, a recognition that even clay, when warmed by fire and guided by will, could shape the world. Back on Olympus, the gods debated. Some still saw mankind as a threat. Others were intrigued, but none could deny one simple, quiet truth. The age of mortals had begun. Long after Prometheus's chains were broken, long after the eagle's shadow no longer crossed the mountains, his story became legend. But legends, like fire, pass from hand to hand. They evolve, they warm, they burn. Among the mortals, Fireside stories whispered of Prometheus not just as the bringer of flame, but as the first who dared to defy the gods for love of humanity. His name became synonymous with rebellion, but not reckless defiance, rather the rebellion of care, of sacrifice. And that idea, as dangerous as any weapon, seeped into the hearts of humankind. As humanity grew in number and in thought, they began to shape the world in their image. Temples rose, yes, in honor of Zeus, Hera, and the rest, but equally, they carved roads, raised cities, created music. They did not wait for divine instruction. They did not ask permission. The gods watched, some with approval, some with suspicion. Zeus, ever the ruler, ever the strategist, called a council on Olympus. Poseidon stood tall with sea salt still in his beard, unconcerned. "Let them build their little kingdoms," he said. "The tides will outlast their stones." Hera, regal and wary, narrowed her gaze. They challenge the old ways. They offer sacrifices, yes, but they no longer tremble. Athena, patron of wisdom and civilization, spoke with calm clarity. They are not children anymore. They are not gods either, but they are something becoming. Ares grunted. "Let them test their strength. We'll see what they become." But Zeus was silent. He did not speak until the wind had passed through the great marble halls and all eyes had turned to him. "They were clay," he said. "Now they shape clay. They were bare. Now they clothe themselves in thought. Fire changed them. Let us see where it leads." No decree was made that day. No curse, no blessing, only observation. Zeus would not interfere yet, not because he was defeated, but because he was curious. And so humanity expanded. They discovered bronze, then iron. They mapped stars and seasons. They wrote not just prayers, but poetry. They carved myths into stone, stories of gods and titans, of love and vengeance, of fire and flood. In some, Zeus was wise. In others, cruel. In many, Prometheus was a flicker of light in the darkness. One of the most enduring of these tales concerned the torch. It was said that the first flame, the one Prometheus gave, had never truly gone out. It had passed from hand to hand, from the first cook fire to the first forge, from warrior to healer, from parent to child. The tale told of a mountain, not Olympus, but a mortal one, hidden in the east, where a secret fire still burned, untended but eternal. A pilgrimage grew around it. Some said only the worthy could find it. Others said all who sought it would. But what mattered more than the flame was what it meant. A symbol of defiance, yes, but also of promise. That no matter how dark the night, a light could be carried. It was during this age of discovery that mortals began to question the nature of punishment. Prometheus's agony, told in whispers and song, began to feel unjust. Some asked, did he sin or did he save? Was theft a crime when it gave rise to civilization? Philosophers emerged, seekers of truth not from the mouths of priests, but from the workings of reason. They debated Prometheus not as a god, but as a principle. They called him the champion of intellect, the first rebel, the divine liberator. And this idea that mortals could interpret myth on their own marked a quiet revolution. It was no longer enough to fear the gods. Now they questioned them. Why should a creator suffer? Why should a gift be cursed? Why should a god not love the ones he made? These were not prayers. They were thoughts, powerful, contagious, radiant. In temples, priests felt their hold slipping. In Olympus, gods felt their distance widen. Only Athena, wandering sometimes among cities in disguise, smiled at the change. Even Hephaestus, in his forge, began to craft tools not only for gods, but for ideas, devices that mortals might one day understand. Change was a fire of its own, and Prometheus, wandering through time, became more than a figure. He became a shadow behind every innovation, every boundary crossed, every tradition challenged. He no longer needed to speak. His silence was enough, because his presence was felt whenever someone asked, "What if we did not fear?" Or, "What if we dared?" Down in the valleys and up in the cities, humanity began to split. Some clung to old devotions, offering thanks to Olympus, begging for mercy. Others turned their eyes to the earth, the stars, the self, but both groups carried the fire. And that was Prometheus's true legacy. Not rebellion, not flame, but the unshakable belief that within mortal hands could rest something sacred. Beneath the night sky, a child sat beside a dying fire, listening to a grandfather's voice. The stars above shimmered like the embers below, and in their dance was memory of titans, of gods, and of the flame that had never gone out. This, more than temples, more than sacrifice, was immortality. Prometheus had vanished into myth, but his presence remained wherever courage flickered against fear. The world had changed, not overnight, not in thunderclaps, but in countless quiet choices. A plow turning soil, a mother teaching her daughter to write, a physician daring to heal, a philosopher daring to ask. Hope, once a whisper trapped in a jar, had become a wind that moved oceans. Zeus knew this. He watched from Olympus as humanity reshaped the world in fits and starts. There was still worship, but it no longer came from trembling. It came from respect, sometimes from ritual, sometimes from wonder, sometimes not at all. And Zeus, who had once flung lightning with wrath, now weighed his judgments with distance, for Prometheus had changed him too. The story went on, told around fires, in ink, in stone, in dreams. The punishment had become the parable. The theft had become the spark. And the Titan, bound and bleeding, had become the quiet patron of every mortal who dared to reach upward. Yet not all the gods found peace in this new world. Some saw danger. Dionysus warned that unbridled passion could tear civilizations apart. Apollo feared a future where mortals no longer looked to the sun for truth, but only to their own mirrors. Only Athena again stood calm. They must test their own strength, she said. They must learn not because we command it, but because they choose to. The council of gods grew quiet more often than not. Their power had not waned. They were still divine, but the balance had shifted, and that was the heart of the tale. Not a fall, but a balance. Prometheus had not destroyed Olympus. He had reminded it of its limits. The humans had not overthrown the gods. They had become aware of their place in the cosmos. Small, yes, but not powerless. In that understanding came a kind of peace. In time, temples were left behind, replaced by libraries, academies, cities of thought. Some still offered sacrifices, candles, songs, memories, but more often they honored Prometheus not with flame, but with forward motion. Each new invention whispered his name. Each act of empathy echoed his gift. And though the gods still watched, perhaps they no longer watched with fear. Perhaps they too had learned. Prometheus himself according to some tales, returned not to Olympus, but to the world, disguised, anonymous. In some myths, he became a teacher of astronomy, showing shepherds the movement of stars. In others, a quiet mason who helped build the foundation of a city that would one day write the laws of reason. But in most stories, he simply walked. No followers, no miracles, just steps, one after another, as if reminding mortals that the journey was theirs to make. There is a final tale. It is said that when the last ember of the original fire was about to go out, when no one remained to remember the old gods, a single child, lost in the cold, found it. She held it close, not knowing its history, not fearing its flame. And when she blew on it, gently, hopefully, it came alive again, not because she was chosen, not because she was powerful, but because she believed it mattered. And that belief, despite the dark, was always the truest fire. So if you hear the story of Prometheus now, let it be not just a tale of pain or punishment or pride. Let it be a story of possibility. That even in a world ruled by thunder, a single spark could change everything. Even clay could defy the heavens. Even fire could be a gift. Even hope could survive the jar. And that, perhaps, is the most divine thing of all. Before the rise of empires, before the echo of philosophers in marble halls, there was an age not ruled by gods, but marked by the footprints of mortals. They were not ordinary, they were not yet myth. They were heroes, flesh and blood, but touched by the divine. And in their stories, humanity found not perfection, but possibility. In the twilight years, after the Titanomachy and the settling of Olympus, the gods no longer warred among themselves. Instead, they turned their gaze to the world below. It was not only the affairs of gods and titans that would shape the fate of Greece, but the bold, flawed, and defiant mortals who carried the legacy of both divine and human blood. Among the earliest and brightest was Perseus, a prince with a destiny forged not by ambition, but by necessity. His story begins in the land of Argos, where a king, Acrisius, feared a prophecy more than he loved his blood. The oracle had spoken. He would be killed by his own grandson. In a desperate act to cheat fate, he locked his daughter Danae in a tower of bronze, sealed from the world. But fate, as the gods often say, cannot be caged. Zeus, in the form of golden light, entered her prison, and Danae bore a son, Perseus. King Acrisius, horrified, cast mother and child into the sea in a wooden chest. Yet the waves, perhaps guided by Poseidon's subtle hand, delivered them safely to the island of Seriphos, where a kind fisherman, Dictys, took them in. Years passed, and Perseus grew strong, unaware of the threads of fate tightening around him. When the island's ruler, Polydectes, sought Danae for himself, he plotted to rid himself of her son. Pretending to marry another, he demanded a gift from all men on the island, knowing Perseus, poor and proud, could not refuse a challenge. "I will bring you the head of Medusa," Perseus declared, perhaps in jest, perhaps in fury. Polydectes smiled. Medusa was no ordinary monster. Once a maiden of beauty, she had been cursed by Athena for her pride and violation in the temple. Her hair became serpents, her gaze turned men to stone. She lived with her sisters, the Gorgons, on the edge of the known world. To seek her was to seek death. Yet Perseus set out. The gods watching saw the honesty in his resolve. Athena, perhaps out of guilt or foresight, lent him a polished shield. Hermes gave him a curved blade, sharp enough to cleave stone. But it was the Grey, the three ancient sisters who shared one eye and one tooth, who told him where to find the tools he truly needed: the helm of Hades for invisibility, winged sandals for swiftness, and a pouch to carry what could not be gazed upon. With these, he reached the lair of the Gorgons. As Medusa slept, her sisters coiled protectively around her. Perseus, guided by the reflection in Athena's shield, approached. He dared not meet her eyes. One strike, quick and sure, and the deed was done. Her head, even severed, retained its power. He placed it carefully in the pouch, avoiding its gaze. But the Gorgons screamed. They pursued him through cloud and sea. But Perseus flew, swift and unseen, bearing a weapon now feared even by gods. His return was not without detour. On the way home, he encountered a chained princess, Andromeda, condemned to die for her mother's vanity. A sea monster approached, summoned by Poseidon to punish pride. Perseus, moved not only by beauty, but by justice, used Medusa's head to turn the beast to stone. Andromeda was saved. The hero had his prize, not only a trophy, but a queen. When Perseus returned to Seriphos, Polydectes mocked him still, until the head of Medusa turned him too to stone. Justice was served. His mother was free. Later, in a contest of sport, a stray discus thrown by Perseus would strike and kill Acrisius. The prophecy fulfilled, despite every effort to stop it. The hero, horrified, would renounce the throne and leave Argos behind. His story, unlike that of many heroes, ended not in tragedy, but in legacy. He founded cities. He ruled wisely. And in the stars, the gods placed him. Perseus, the slayer of Gorgons, a constellation to remind mortals that courage, even born from injustice, can shape destiny. He was the first of the great heroes, but he would not be the last. In the shadow of legends past, a new name rose, not born of quiet cunning like Perseus, but of strength forged in pain. He was not just a man, nor entirely a god. He was Heracles, the child of thunder and mortal flesh, destined to carry the weight of both. His beginning was not peaceful. Zeus, in another of his endless pursuits, had disguised himself as Amphitryon to lie with Alcmene, a mortal woman. From that union came Heracles, whose name, ironically, meant glory of Hera. But Hera, queen of the gods, did not see him as glory. She saw only betrayal. And so, from the moment of his birth, Heracles was cursed. While still in his cradle, Hera sent serpents to kill him. The infant gripped one in each fist and crushed them before they could strike. Even then, he was a being shaped not by fear, but defiance. As he grew, Heracles became known for his unmatched strength and unpredictable temper. He trained in music, warfare, and wisdom, but none could tame the storm inside him. Hera, ever watching, ensured his path was marked by sorrow. When he reached manhood, she struck. Under her influence, Heracles was driven mad and killed his wife, Megara, and their children in a fit of divine madness. When the fog lifted and he saw what he had done, he did not plead innocence. He sought atonement. The oracle of Delphi, speaking through Apollo, told him that redemption would come through 12 impossible labors set by King Eurystheus, a weak man hidden behind walls who feared Heracles but relished his suffering. Thus began the 12 labors of Heracles, feats so legendary they would echo through millennia. The first was the Nemean lion, a beast with a hide no blade could pierce. Heracles wrestled it with bare hands, strangling it, then skinned it, using the creature's own claws. From then on, he wore its pelt as armor. Next came the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with many heads, each one that was severed growing two in its place. With the help of his nephew Iolaus, Heracles cauterized each neck after cutting, ending its reign of terror. The breath of the Hydra was poison, and from its blood, Heracles dipped his arrows. The third labor was to capture the Ceryneian hind, a golden deer sacred to Artemis. He chased it for a year before finally capturing it unharmed, appeasing the goddess and proving his restraint. Then came the Erymanthian boar, a creature of wild fury. Heracles drove it into the snow and carried it alive to Eurystheus, who cowered in a jar at the sight of it. The fifth labor was perhaps the most humiliating: cleaning the Augean stables. These stables, housing thousands of cattle, had not been cleaned in decades. Heracles diverted 2 rivers through them, cleansing them in a single day, but was denied credit because he had used his mind, not just his might. The sixth was the Stymphalian birds, deadly creatures with bronze feathers that could kill. With the aid of Athena, Heracles used a rattle to scare them into flight and shot them down. Each task tested more than his strength. They tested cunning, patience, resolve. They tested his humanity. Labor 7 was the Cretan bull, wild and untamed. Heracles wrestled it and brought it to the mainland. The 8th was capturing the man-eating mares of Diomedes. Some say Heracles fed their master to them, sating their hunger long enough to tame them. The 9th was to fetch the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. What began as a gift turned to battle when Hera spread lies. Heracles fought his way free, sorrowful for the blood spilled. The 10th was to steal the cattle of Geryon, a 3-bodied giant, from across the sea. Heracles slew him and his monstrous guard dog and drove the herd back to Greece, fighting off bandits and gods alike. But Eurystheus, still fearful, claimed 2 of the labors did not count, those of the Hydra and the stables, and demanded 2 more. The 11th was the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by nymphs and the 100-headed dragon, Ladon. Heracles, unsure where to find them, sought advice from Prometheus himself, now freed by Zeus. Some say he even held the heavens for a time, trading burdens with Atlas in a cunning ruse to gain the fruit. The final task was the most harrowing: to descend into the underworld and capture Cerberus, the 3-headed guardian of Hades. Heracles, armored in resolve, descended without weapon. Hades agreed Heracles could take the beast if he used only his strength. And so he did, dragging Cerberus into the light. Each labor had changed him. Not just his body, now scarred and powerful, but his soul. He had committed great sins, and through great suffering, he had earned not erasure, but redemption. Though Heracles lived beyond the labors, they defined him. He fought in battles, married again, fathered children. But his end came not by blade, but by poison. The blood of the Hydra turned against him, given unknowingly by his wife. In agony, he built his own pyre. No one dared light it. But then came Philoctetes, a friend who set the flame, and was given Heracles' bow in thanks. The gods, watching, were moved. Zeus struck the pyre with lightning, and Heracles ascended, no longer mortal, but divine. On Olympus, he was granted a place among the gods, and even Hera, in time, forgave. In Heracles, they saw not a hero of might, but one of struggle and perseverance. To this day, his name means more than strength. It means the will to rise, no matter how many times one has fallen. In a city bound by tribute and fear, one man dared to defy the cycle. He was not guided by divine blood or burdened by a prophecy. His name was Theseus, and his legend began not with monsters, but with a choice. The choice to walk toward danger when others turned away. Theseus was the son of Aegeus, king of Athens, and Aethra, a mortal woman. His early life was quiet, raised away from the palace in Troezen. But when he came of age, his mother led him to a rock, beneath which lay a sword and sandals, left there by his father as a test. Theseus lifted the stone with ease, took the tokens, and set out for Athens by land, choosing the dangerous road filled with bandits and beasts. Along the way, he proved his courage not by avoiding danger, but by confronting it. He defeated Periphetes the club-bearer, Sinis the tree-bender, and Siren, who kicked travelers into the sea to be eaten by a giant turtle. Each foe fell not just to strength, but cleverness. By the time he reached Athens, he was a hero in deeds, though still unknown to the city. Aegeus, unaware that this young man was his son, had married Medea, the same cunning sorceress who had once aided Jason. She recognized Theseus, and fearing for her influence, tried to poison him. But Aegeus, seeing the sword at the last moment, knocked the cup away and embraced his son. Peace, however, was not Athens' gift. Years earlier, King Minos of Crete had lost his son Androgeos while he was visiting Athens. In retaliation, he demanded a cruel tribute. Every 9 years, 7 Athenian boys and 7 girls were to be sent to Crete, fed to the Minotaur, a monstrous creature trapped in a labyrinth built by the genius Daedalus. When the next tribute came due, Theseus volunteered. He boarded the black-sailed ship, not to die, but to end the suffering. When they reached Crete, fate turned on a thread of love. Ariadne, daughter of Minos, saw Theseus and was captivated. In secret, she gave him a ball of thread and a sword, the tools he would need to survive the maze and its horror. The labyrinth was no mere maze. It was alive with silence, vast and shifting. Its walls echoed with the heavy breath of the Minotaur, a creature born of punishment and pride, half man and half bull, locked away by Minos, feared even by his own kin. Theseus entered the labyrinth, tying one end of the thread to the entrance. He moved with care, guided more by instinct than light. The air thickened with each step, and then the sound, breath, hoof, growl. The battle was brutal. The Minotaur charged, its horns tearing through stone. Theseus dodged, struck, fell, rose again. It was not a hero's clean victory, but a survivor's desperate one. At last, he drove the blade into the beast's heart, ending the cycle of death. Following the thread, he led the others out. But the tale didn't end with triumph. Theseus fled Crete with Ariadne, but on the island of Naxos, he left her behind. Why he did so is unclear. Some say a god commanded it, others that he feared her tie to Minos. Whatever the reason, Ariadne awoke alone, and Theseus sailed on. Grief chased him. As he approached Athens, he forgot to raise the white sails. a signal to his father that he had survived. Watching from the cliffs, Aegeus saw only black, and in despair, threw himself into the sea that now bears his name. Theseus returned not to a father's embrace, but to a crown. He ruled Athens with wisdom and ambition, transforming it into a city of order. He unified Attica, introduced democracy in its early form, and stood for justice in a world ruled by power. Yet like many heroes, his end was quiet and sorrowful. He grew older, less certain, more isolated. Political enemies rose. One day, Theseus was exiled to the island of Skyros. There, betrayed and alone, he was pushed from a cliff, not by monster or god, but by man. His story became legend, a life of action and purpose, a hero forged not in Olympus, but in choice. Theseus was not the strongest or most divine, but he walked toward fear and carved his name into the stones of history. He showed that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to step forward despite it. In the windswept kingdom of Iolcus, a throne sat warm with deceit. A usurper named Peleus ruled, having taken the crown that was meant for another. But fate, as ever, does not forget. One day, a stranger with only one sandal walked into the palace, and the world shifted. His name was Jason. He had been hidden since childhood, raised by the wise centaur Chiron on the slopes of Mount Pelion. His uncle Peleus, fearing a prophecy that warned of a man wearing only one sandal, had tried to erase the line of rightful kings. But Jason returned, unbent and unafraid, and claimed his birthright. Peleus, wily and proud, posed a challenge. If Jason could retrieve the Golden Fleece, a mythical relic guarded at the edge of the known world, he would surrender the throne. It was a death sentence in disguise. The fleece hung in Colchis, watched over by a dragon that never slept. Jason accepted. He called upon the heroes of Greece, and they answered. From all corners came legends: Heracles, Orpheus the musician, Atalanta the huntress, Castor and Polydeuces, the divine twins, and many more. They built a ship named Argo, and together became the Argonauts. Their journey was more than a voyage. It was an odyssey of transformation. First, they sailed to Lemnos, an island ruled entirely by women. There, the Argonauts lingered too long, entangled in pleasure and distraction. But they moved on, remembering their goal. They faced the Harpies at the court of Phineus, a blind prophet tormented by these winged monsters who defiled his food. The Boreads, sons of the north wind, chased them away. In gratitude, Phineus warned the crew of the Symplegades, clashing rocks that crushed ships like insects. The Argonauts sent a dove through first. It emerged with only its tail feathers lost. Timing their passage, they rode with fury and slipped through just as the rocks collided. At last, they reached Colchis. There, the golden fleece hung from a sacred tree, gleaming like fire. But King Aeetes, father of Medea, would not give it freely. He posed tasks no mortal could survive: yoke fire-breathing bulls, plow a field with dragon's teeth, and face the sleepless dragon that guarded the prize. Jason despaired, but Medea, daughter of Aeetes, priestess of Hecate, and sorceress of great power, saw Jason and loved him. Whether it was destiny or the god's whim, she chose him over her family. She gave him spells, charms, and advice. With her help, Jason yoked the bulls and sewed the teeth, from which sprang an army of warriors. But remembering Medea's counsel, he tricked them into fighting each other. Then, as the dragon reared, she used her magic to lull it into sleep. Jason took the fleece, soft, golden, and humming with ancient power, and they fled. Their escape was a trail of fire. Aeetes pursued them, so Medea bought time in the cruelest way. She killed her brother Apsyrtus and scattered his body in the sea, forcing her father to stop and gather the pieces for a proper burial. The gods did not look away. As they sailed home, they faced trial after trial. On Crete, the bronze giant Talos hurled boulders to sink the Argo. Medea bewitched him, finding the vein that held his life and ending it. In Libya, the ship was stranded in a desert sea. The crew carried it on their shoulders, walking for days, refusing to yield. At last, they returned. But Jason's triumph did not bring peace. He presented the fleece to Peleus, but the usurper refused to honor his promise. Medea, burning with rage, tricked Peleus's daughters into killing their father, thinking they were granting him eternal youth. Jason and Medea were exiled once again, this time to Corinth. There, time unraveled them. Jason, seeking power, promised marriage to a Corinthian princess. Medea, betrayed and broken, unleashed fury. In a tale that echoes with grief, she killed the new bride and their own children before vanishing in a chariot pulled by dragons. Jason's life dimmed. He lost his ship, his love, his future. Alone and forgotten, he returned to the rotting hull of the Argo. There, beneath its shadow, the beam fell, and so ended the life of a man who had once sought the impossible. But his name lived on. Jason was not perfect. He was not a god or a brute of strength. He was a man, led by ambition, shaped by others, broken by choices. His tale was one of adventure, yes, but also of cost. In the end, the fleece was golden, but the thread it unraveled was human. And so, the age of heroes gently fades into shadow, their stories etched not in marble, but in memory. They were mortals who walked with monsters, who defied kings and fate alike, and whose names became whispers on the lips of time. Though their journeys have ended, the echo of their courage still lingers, soft as the hush of wind through ancient stone, eternal as starlight over the Aegean. Let their tales guide you now, not as battles to be won, but as quiet truths to dream by. There are moments in myth when the quiet hum of fate becomes thunder. A single golden apple tossed among gods would stir a war to shake empires. This is not the tale of a battle. It is the long breath before it. It is the story of choices, of vanity, of oaths unbroken, and destinies quietly gathering their weight. Let us follow the thread back, before swords and ships, to where everything began. Long before the Greek ships darkened the shores of Ilium, there was a celebration in the heavens. A grand wedding had brought together gods and goddesses, heroes and immortals. The union was between Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph of extraordinary beauty and power. Even the gods admired her, and Zeus himself had once desired her. But it was prophesied that her son would be mightier than his father. A warning Zeus wisely heeded. So he gave her hand to a mortal, and all the Olympians gathered in joyous splendor to witness their union. All but one. Eris, the goddess of discord, had not been invited. Spurned and bitter, she did not lash out in rage. Instead, she offered a gift. Into the midst of the celebration, she rolled a golden apple. Upon it were carved the words, "To the fairest." It glittered like temptation itself. Immediately, three goddesses laid claim to it: Hera, queen of the gods; Athena, goddess of wisdom and war; and Aphrodite, goddess of love. Each believed the apple rightfully hers, and none would yield. The dispute escalated into a divine rivalry, until Zeus, weary of the tension, declared that a mortal should decide. That mortal was Paris, Prince of Troy. He had been raised away from his royal family after a prophecy had warned that he would bring about the downfall of Troy. Left to the shepherds of Mount Ida, he grew into a gentle, handsome youth, unaware of his true lineage. The three goddesses came to him not as storm or fire, but as beauty cloaked in clouds. They offered bribes, each more tempting than the last. Hera promised dominion over all lands, a crown of power that would make him the mightiest king. Athena offered victory in war and unmatched wisdom in battle. But Aphrodite promised the most irresistible of all gifts: the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris chose Aphrodite, and so the apple was hers. The other goddesses slighted, turned cold. From that moment, the threads of fate tightened. The most beautiful woman in the world was Helen, queen of Sparta and wife of King Menelaus. Paris journeyed to Sparta, where he was welcomed as a guest. Helen was unlike any tale he had heard: radiant, graceful, and intelligent. Whether she was enchanted by Aphrodite's promise or moved by Paris himself, she left her husband and sailed with the prince to Troy. Back in Sparta, Menelaus raged. But it was not just his pride that had been wounded. It was a sacred code. The laws of hospitality had been broken, and so had trust between kingdoms. To retrieve Helen, he called upon an oath that had been made years before, an oath sworn by all of Helen's suitors when she first came of age. Before Helen had chosen her husband, she had many admirers: princes, warriors, and kings. Odysseus, ever cunning, had suggested a solution: that all suitors swear to defend the one she chose, to protect their union and punish anyone who would try to steal her away. It was this oath Menelaus now called upon, and those bound by honor answered. Agamemnon, king of Mycenae and brother of Menelaus, took command. Odysseus, reluctant at first, tried to feign madness to avoid the war, but was cleverly exposed and joined the cause. Nestor, aged but wise, offered counsel. Diomedes, young and eager, brought valor. And then there was Achilles, son of Thetis and Peleus. Achilles was still a boy, hidden by his mother, disguised as a girl among the daughters of King Lycomedes. She knew the war would take him, and she feared the prophecy that he would gain eternal glory but die young. Yet Odysseus found him, tricking him into revealing his identity. Achilles joined the army, radiant and fated, and his presence stirred both hope and dread. The 1,000 ships were gathered. Greece's greatest heroes stood beneath sails and stars, ready to cross the sea. But before they could depart, they faced divine resistance. The winds refused to blow. The goddess Artemis was angered. Agamemnon had killed a sacred stag and boasted of being her equal. As retribution, she demanded a sacrifice: his daughter Iphigenia. Agamemnon wrestled with the gods and his own soul. He chose war. Iphigenia was brought to Aulis, believing she would marry Achilles. Instead, she was offered upon the altar, though some say Artemis whisked her away at the last moment and left behind a deer. Either way, the winds stirred, the sails swelled, the fleet moved. The Greeks arrived at Troy not as invaders in haste, but as storms long in coming. This was no ordinary war. It was a collision of divine wills and mortal pride, of old grudges and fresh betrayals. And behind every shield, a god's whisper. Behind every sword, the weight of fate. The gates of Troy stood tall and proud, unaware that the sands beneath them had begun to shift. The war had not yet begun, but the path had been set. The Greek ships arrived like shadows on the sea, their sails catching the morning light as they stretched in a long, endless line along the coast. Troy had watched the horizon for months, and now the vision had come true. Not as a distant threat, but as reality. The Achaeans, the Greeks, had landed. The Trojans were not unprepared. They were proud, noble, and strong, fortified behind high walls, built, it was said, by Poseidon himself. Their king, Priam, wise and aged, ruled with a calm hand, and beside him stood Queen Hecuba, regal and mournful. Together, they watched as their sons took up arms, none brighter than Hector. Hector was the prince of Troy, firstborn son of Priam, and a warrior unmatched. Though he did not crave war, he bore it with grace and honor. His strength came not from anger, but from love. For his city, his family, his people. He fought not for glory, but for peace. And when he stood on the walls of Troy, clad in bronze and shadow, even the wind seemed to pause. Opposite him, on the Greek side, the camp took shape. 1,000 ships meant thousands of men, warriors, archers, sailors, cooks, and kings. Agamemnon's banner flew high, marking his command. Menelaus sharpened his blade, his mind fixed on Helen. Diomedes paced, his youth ablaze with fire. Nestor, grey and wise, offered guidance from the past. And there was Achilles, bronze-skinned and golden-haired, the son of a sea goddess, blessed and doomed. He walked the shore not as a man, but as a figure of prophecy, his silence as heavy as armor. The Myrmidons followed him, loyal and fierce, but even they kept their distance, for Achilles was unlike any other. At first, the war did not rage, it simmered. Small skirmishes lit the edges of the battlefield. Scouts were sent, messengers exchanged, alliances tested. The gods watched from their heights, choosing sides in silence or fury. Hera and Athena, still bitter over Paris's judgment, lent favor to the Greeks. Aphrodite, protector of Paris, favored the Trojans. Zeus, caught between wrath and wisdom, often stayed silent, though his gaze missed nothing. In the early days, Menelaus challenged Paris to single combat. The Prince of Troy, though beautiful and bold, lacked his brother's strength. The duel was brief. Paris faltered beneath Menelaus's sword and would have died had Aphrodite not intervened. She shrouded him in mist and carried him away, back to the safety of his chamber, where Helen waited. Helen, for whom all this had begun, stood as still as a statue. Her beauty was unmatched, but it was her sorrow that haunted the halls of Troy. She had chosen, or been chosen, and now watched as kingdoms burned for her. Some believed she was a pawn of the gods. Others whispered that she had known what she was doing. But Helen spoke rarely, and never of the past. As the days passed, the fighting grew sharper. Diomedes rose as a fierce warrior, a storm in the shape of a man. Guided by Athena, he cut through Trojan ranks with a blade that shimmered with divine favor. At one moment, it is said, he even wounded Ares, the god of war himself, sending the god crying to Olympus. Odysseus, less wild, but no less dangerous, wove strategy through the chaos. He built bridges of thought, where others built walls of force. In one daring raid, he and Diomedes crept into the Trojan camp by night, slaying guards, stealing secrets, and sowing confusion. But amid all this, one name remained quiet: Achilles. The greatest warrior had not yet entered the fray. Though his presence alone brought fear, he stood apart, watching, waiting. Agamemnon, proud and imperious, believed victory could come without him. But as the war dragged on, doubt crept in. Meanwhile, inside Troy, the people endured. The city, rich in gold and stories, held its breath. Mothers soothed children with lullabies older than the war. Priests offered sacrifices. Artists carved beauty from stone, as if art could hold back the tide. And Hector, the heart of the city, stood between his people and the darkness beyond the walls. One evening, as the sun bled gold into the sky, Hector returned from battle to find his wife, Andromache, waiting. She held their infant son, Astyanax, in her arms. Their meeting was quiet, heavy with the knowledge that each farewell might be the last. Andromache begged him to stay, to remain within the walls. But Hector, bound by honor and love, could not. He lifted his son and kissed him gently, then placed the child back in his mother's arms. The baby, seeing his father in armor, began to cry. Hector removed his helmet to show the boy his face. His voice was soft, his words careful. He asked only that the gods let his son grow stronger than himself, and that one day he too might protect his home. The war pressed on. Each side claimed victories. Each side bore losses. Names were etched into the sands, unseen by history, but not by memory. The Greeks built walls around their ships, fearing Trojan counterattacks. The Trojans held fast, their spirits rooted in stone and sky. And still, Achilles waited. But war is not patient. It does not tolerate silence for long. It would soon call him, not with trumpet or flame, but with insult and sorrow, tearing apart what peace remained within him. The threads tightened, the gods leaned in, and the war began to change. The war outside raged, but the true storm was building in the heart of the Greek camp. Achilles, unmatched and untouched in battle, had remained in the shadows, an observer to a war that seemed to move around him like waves around a rock. But pride is a delicate fire, and it takes only a breath to spark a blaze. Agamemnon, king of men, grew restless. His authority, once unquestioned, had begun to fray. Though he commanded the host of Greece, he could not command their loyalty without effort. He wanted obedience, and most of all, he wanted to remind all who watched that none stood above him, not even Achilles. When a priest of Apollo came to ransom his daughter, taken as a prize by Agamemnon, the king refused. He mocked the old man and sent him away, proud and unbending. But the priest was favored by the god of light, and Apollo heard his prayer. Soon, a plague crept through the Greek camp like a whisper. Men fell sick, their strength draining like water through sand. The scent of smoke no longer came from cook fires, but from the pyres of the dead. At last, the seer Calchas spoke. The plague would end only when Agamemnon returned the girl. Furious, Agamemnon relented, but not without cost. To show his dominance, he demanded a prize in return. Briseis, a woman captured by Achilles, and dear to him not only as a symbol of honor, but as someone he cared for. She was not a warrior, nor a prize to be traded. Yet Agamemnon took her, and in that moment, Achilles' silence broke. He did not strike, though he could have ended Agamemnon with a single blow. Instead, he withdrew. From battle, from command, from everything. He returned to his tent, to the sea's edge, and sat. The Myrmidons followed, loyal to their silent prince. But inside Achilles, something twisted. It was not just anger, it was betrayal. He had fought for Greece, led men into danger, spilled blood, and now the very man who needed him most had insulted him before all. Achilles raised his eyes to the sea and called to his mother. Thetis, daughter of the deep, rose from the water. She shimmered with the light of coral and pearl, and her sorrow matched his. Achilles asked her to go to Zeus himself, to ask the king of the gods to tip the scales against the Greeks. If they would insult him, let them taste defeat. And so, the gods shifted once more. Zeus, with a heavy heart, agreed. He sent dreams and signs to the Trojans. He stirred courage in their hearts and doubt in the Greeks. And in the space left by Achilles' absence, Hector rose. The Prince of Troy became more than a hero. He became legend. He led charge after charge, his bronze armor flashing beneath the sun. He drove the Greeks back, past the line of ships, to the very edge of the shore. Fire licked at their sails. The war, once so distant from Troy's gates, now threatened to end before the city had truly suffered. But amid the battle, another figure watched. Patroclus. He had grown alongside Achilles, more brother than friend, though no bond of blood tied them. He shared in Achilles' silence and knew the depth of his rage. Yet Patroclus also saw the suffering of the Greeks, their desperation, the fear that cracked even the bravest hearts. One night, as the camp lay quiet, Patroclus entered Achilles' tent. He knelt not as a warrior, but as a brother. He asked, not for Achilles to return, but for his armor. Let the Trojans believe Achilles had come back. Let fear slow them, even for a moment. Let him lead the Myrmidons, if only once. Achilles resisted. His heart was stone. But Patroclus, gentle and determined, reminded him not of glory, but of duty. The Greeks would fall, his comrades would die. And so, at last, Achilles relented. He gave Patroclus his armor, and with it, he gave him his blessing, and unknowingly, a farewell. Patroclus led the Myrmidons into battle like a flame reborn. The Trojans faltered. For a moment, the tide turned. Hector saw him and believed the storm had returned. They met in the heart of the battle, where spears rang like thunder. But Patroclus was not Achilles. Though he fought bravely, he was not blessed by gods, nor protected by fate. Hector, skilled and fated, struck him down. And when Patroclus fell, the war changed again. The Greeks wept, and in the silence that followed, Achilles heard. They say the sea itself grew still when he learned of Patroclus's death. He did not speak. He did not move. But the sorrow inside him was deeper than any wound, heavier than any sword. He had lost part of himself. Briseis returned to him, no longer a prize, but a ghost of something that had once been soft. She stood near, but could not reach him. Nothing could. Achilles rose, not with pride, but with grief. He would not fight for Agamemnon. He would not fight for glory. He would fight only for Patroclus. The war had become personal. He returned to battle the next day, clad in armor, crafted by Hephaestus himself. bronze that caught fire, a shield that held the world in miniature. Even the gods stepped back. And when Achilles walked the field, the Trojans trembled. Achilles returned to the battlefield as something more than a man. He walked in silence, but his presence roared louder than any war cry. His armor gleamed, not like metal, but like a fallen star. Crafted by the god of fire himself, it bore scenes of the world, oceans swirling, cities blooming, men dancing and dying, all held within a single round shield. The world trembled in his hands. The Trojans saw him from afar, and their courage faltered. They had believed him gone, defeated by pride and insult. But now he stood before them, not for victory, not for honor, but for vengeance. Achilles did not chase glory that day. He chased one name, Hector. The battlefield became a storm. Achilles cut through Trojan ranks like wind through reeds. He moved too fast, struck too hard. No shield could block him, no plea reached him. His grief drove him, and he left no space for mercy. The gods watched in silence. Even they, so often entangled in mortal affairs, did not touch him that day. It was as though fate had drawn a line none dared to cross. Only Apollo, god of healing and light, still whispered to the Trojans, shielding them where he could. But Hector could not hide. He stood upon the walls of Troy, watching the destruction unfold. His city behind him, his family within it. He was its shield, its hope. He had known this day would come. The gods had warned him. Yet still, he stayed. And when Achilles came near, Hector did not run. But even courage bends beneath the weight of doom. In that final moment, Hector turned and fled, not in fear, but in desperate hope that he might find a moment, a space, a chance. Around the walls of Troy, he ran, 3 times, as Achilles chased him like a shadow set aflame. At last, Hector stopped. He turned, not with surrender, but with dignity. They spoke, words carried by the wind. Hector asked for his body to be returned to Troy, should he fall, so that his family might bury him. Achilles, cold and unforgiving, refused. The man who stood before him was not a prince, not a warrior, only the slayer of Patroclus. Their spears flew, their blades clashed, and then, in a moment that echoed through eternity, Hector fell. Achilles did not cheer. He did not cry. He tied Hector's body to his chariot and dragged him across the dust, a display of rage the gods themselves found unbearable. From the heights of Olympus, even Zeus looked away. But time, even in myth, does not hold still. The fires of vengeance cannot burn forever. And grief, no matter how deep, begins to erode even stone. Each night, as the camp settled into uneasy rest, Achilles sat beside Patroclus's funeral mound. He ate little, he spoke less. The rage within him no longer roared, it whispered. And then one night, a figure came quietly into the Greek camp. Old, hunched, cloaked in sorrow, Priam, king of Troy, father of Hector. He came alone, slipping past guards, past swords, past hate, and he entered Achilles' tent, not as a king, but as a father. He knelt, kissed the hand that had killed his son, and begged, not for revenge, not for justice, but for his son's body, so he might give him peace. In that tent, something shifted. Achilles looked at the old man before him and saw not an enemy, but a reflection, a father who had lost a son. And in that moment, the wall Achilles had built around his grief began to crack. He rose and gently, silently, gave Hector back. For 11 days, the war paused. No spears flew, No fires burned. The Greeks and Trojans stood still, honoring the dead. It was not peace, but it was something like it. And then the war resumed. But Achilles would not see its end. His fate, whispered long before he was born, hung over him like a setting star. He had chosen glory over life, and that choice had sharpened the edge of every hour. One day, an arrow, guided not by a mere hand, but by a god, would find the only place he could be wounded, his heel. And when he fell, he joined Patroclus, not in death, but in the place the heroes go. Odysseus would carry his armor. Ajax would rage at the loss. The war would burn brighter still, and Troy would crumble, not under the might of men, but through the cleverness of a wooden horse. But those are tales for another night. Tonight, the winds fall still. The gods withdraw to their shining halls. Troy sleeps under a blanket of stars, quiet for now, and the echo of Achilles, his rage, his love, his loss, settles into legend. Even the brightest flame flickers, but in myth, it never truly fades.